closing time.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Jej milé navrátím od večera do rána.
Look out. Damn.
Well, if it isn't the world-renowned...
Is there anything I can help you with, Sir Hans?
Ah, Henry, the very man I wanted. There is something you can do for me. You see? I'm in love.
Ah, there's a new wench at the bathhouse, is there?
Watch it, Henry. This is the love of my life we're talking about, not some wench. The face of an angel, breasts like silk pillows to dream on, and good strong hips. A regular Helen of Troy.
Troy? Isn't that near Prague? I don't know anyone from there.
Never mind, blockhead. What I'm saying is, she's a fine filly, and you can help me win her.
Sounds like fun. I'm all ears.
You, Hal, shall be my messenger of love. You shall bear her a letter and a gift from a secret admirer.
But why me? It's not like you to be bashful, Sir Hans. You can just go and tell her,
Certainly not. Carolina is different to the others. She was educated in a convent and needs to be handled with kid gloves. Romanced. I must court her secretly. It's the latest fashion in France.
And who is this Carolina?
The fairest maid that ever walked the earth. Carolina. The butcher's daughter. You must have noticed a divine creature in the marketplace. Unless you're more interested in barnyard animals.
Carolina, I do know her. She's a pretty girl, all right, but, well, a little below your station.
Love knows no station but the heart. And you keep your peasant eyes off her. Your task is simple. All you have to do is get hold of a necklace fine enough to grace her lovely neck. I did have one that I inherited from my great-grandmother. Unfortunately, not anymore.
What happened to it?
I lost it playing dice at the inn. But you'll get it back for me. You're a smart lad. I'm sure you'll figure out a way. And I'll reward you handsomely.
Oh, all right then. Is there something else I should know about this necklace?
I lost it at dice in the Ledechko tavern when I was there to see... Well, that's not important.
So, some dice player from Ledechko won your grandmother's valuable necklace. Haven't you learned anything from losing to Zdena, the bathhouse wench?
My great-grandmother's. And as it happens, I have learned a trick or two. But that fellow has the luck of the devil. No doubt he'll still be sitting there, swindling other folk out of their hard-earned groschen.
Oh, what's the use? All right, all right. I'll go to Ledechko, find this diabolical dice player and see what I can do. Though I'll probably lose my shirt to him.
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat. God be with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
God. I'm take care. Oh. 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 Oh.
Pour me one.
Greetings, good.
Are you the one who played dice with Lord?
Played and won, lad. Fine noble he may be.
I can't disagree with you there. But look here.
No, I don't. Some noble rode through here and we had a game or two. Only them dice kept falling in.
Can you tell me?
Fine gent he was. Well dressed. On horseback. Had quite a lot to say. Seems he saw a bit of the world. And he had some interesting looking dice.
You said they fell well.
Aye, and no wonder. Fine dice they were.
Did you know what?
He was waiting for someone here, but when they didn't show up by midday, he rode on. He mentioned something about camping by the bridge over the Sasau River. That one before the charcoal burners camp. You might...
There aren't many fords along the river on the... That's all I need.
See you later.
One more... That's all I...
Take care.
I hear you.
Good luck.
Your fame precedes you. You won't get the better of me. This'll be the one. No point in pushing it.
A tankard of ale for me.
I shouldn't have pushed it.
Here you are, and good health.
Damn!
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Are you after something? I'm afraid my friend here won't tell you much.
Your friend? Oh, I'm very sorry. And, well, I don't want to be insensitive, but I was hoping to get something from him. My master's necklace, which he won at dice.
Your master? Who would that be?
Well, Sir Radzig Cobbler of Skalitz is my liege lord. I'm Henry, but just now I'm helping Sir Hans Capon with a private matter.
Those are weighty names in these parts. I'm Sir Anselm of Domkey, in the service of... well, that's not important. I'd like to give you... that is... I'd like to ask you for your help.
I'm listening. Tell me what you know.
I will. And I'm sure it will help you find that necklace. The thing is, this is all my fault. I got held up on the way to meet Alphonse. By the time I got here, I found him like this.
God have mercy on his soul.
Amen, lad. I was heartbroken and enraged by turns, tearing my hair and cursing. Alphonse was my good friend, and it pains me to know he was only here on account of me. I brought him into a certain business matter to negotiate with some people, and he agreed. And this is how it ended up. When I finally pulled myself together, I took a look around and found some tracks. I followed them to the camp of those very brigands that Alphonse was supposed to negotiate with.
Nah, you can't trust anyone these days. So how can I help?
You can pass yourself off as Alphonse. Get into the bandits' camp and find that fucking murderer. And when you do, you'll find what you're looking for.
That doesn't make any sense. If one of them killed Alphonse, he'll know I'm not him.
No. They never saw him before. So whoever killed him surely took him for some passing merchant.
Are you quite sure they don't know him?
Aye. He moved in altogether different circles, among decent people. That's the very reason I asked him for help. So I reckon the best thing is for you to introduce yourself as Alphonse, have a snoop around, and come back to me when you find out anything.
Now, wouldn't it be better if you did that yourself? After all, I know nothing about this Alphonse. They'd see through me.
I'd do it if I could, lad. Only they know me, and I'm not on the best of terms with them. They'd most likely kill me on sight. Then the two of us would be dead and those bastards would get away with it.
Well, I hope I can avoid the same fate. Is there anything else I should watch out for while passing myself off as Alphonse?
The main thing is to look and sound like a noble, not a peasant. A commoner. So dress the part. No rags or rusty iron.
And how am I supposed to recognise the killer?
Ask around. I don't reckon anyone will admit to stabbing him in his sleep, but you might pick up some clue. You could have a look around for that necklace. Now that I think of it, they stole other valuables from him too.
Silver is silver, though. I won't recognise anything. Didn't he have something unique? A signet ring or chain or...
No, not that I can... Oh yes, he did. Dice. He had a set of dice made specially in Prague. It was his pride and joy. They were red and gold, bright and shiny. Not the kind of thing you'd overlook.
What can you tell me about Alphonse, so they don't catch me out if they start asking questions?
Indeed. A few details should suffice. He was from Slani, but lived in Prague the last few years. He advised people, very well too. He helped them to deal with problems, of all kinds.
He sounds like a man of the world, but I've never even been to Prague. I'm not sure I can fool them.
You can always change the subject. He was an ardent dice player, God forgive him, and he spent some time in Moravia on the service of Prokop of Luxembourg. But that was ages ago.
What do you know about the brigands in that camp?
Actually, they're not just ordinary bandits. It's a robber baron and his band. Sir Erhard Baron Bielowitz. Some of his vassals and maybe some commoners. They came here in the hope they'd have a better chance of keeping their heads.
Why don't you ask some of the local lords for help? I'm sure the Sasau custodian would lend you a few men.
There's nothing I'd like to see more than the lot of them strung up. Only I have a task that conflicts with that. And as for the custodian, I'm pretty sure Sir Sebastian is in league with Erhard.
What was the purpose of Sir Alphonse's negotiations? I'll need to know that.
Look, Henry, you'd best avoid that subject if at all possible. Just find the murderer for me, get your necklace, and I'll take care of the rest.
It'll be a bit hard to avoid that, since it was supposed to be the entire purpose of his visit.
True. Well, Alphonse was supposed to talk Erhard into moving his robbing raids towards Benishov, especially holding up merchants' wagons heading for Prague. In return, he was to offer a reward of up to 12,000 groschen and safe haven in Pilgrims.
I see. So you work for someone in Pilgrims?
No, neither Pilgrims nor Benishov, nor Vlachin for that matter. It's a bit complicated. Damn politics.
My word, the whole thing sounds like quite a twisted affair.
So are you going to help me?
I'll help you. I'll have to go there to look for the necklace anyway, and this seems as good a way as any.
Thanks 1,000-fold. And for the love of God, don't get caught. I'd never forgive myself if another man lost his life on my account. If it starts to look risky, take to your heels.
I'll bear that in mind. There's something else. I've no more questions. Someone was searching for something here. Were they out to rob him of everything he... Looks like he died without a struggle. Maybe killed in his sleep. They took everything he had. Money, jewellery, even his boots. Could it be someone was trying to get rid of something here? Would I be right in assuming this is the encampment of Sir Erhard, Baron Belevitz?
You must be Sir Alphonse, eh? All the way from Prague, eh?
Not at all. Goodman, from Slaney.
Ah, well, that's quite a haul. How was your journey?
As well as might be expected in these perilous times.
Oh, aye. The roads ain't safe at all these days. There's all sorts of rabble waiting to rob unwary folk and even kill them.
Indeed, indeed, I concur. One must be wary, well, cautious even, when travelling.
Right then, but you'll have to wait a while. Sir Erhard is busy at the moment.
No matter, I shall just,
But it's easy to pass the time here. There's always a dice game going on, with nice things being wagered. I had my eye on a fine pair of gauntlets, and some old piece of jewelry.
Jewellery, you say?
That's right. Just go and see old Blaha, the fellow sitting at that table there. He can read, write, and do sums as good as any scribe, and other things, too. He keeps things in shape here a bit.
Thank you. I may well do that. Have you got any
Nothing out of the ordinary. Just remember, we're not some bunch of dirty bandits. This is the camp of a noble knight, so no unnecessary brawls, stabbings, or such like tomfoolery. Not that I need to explain that.
Quite.
Well, that also means a man might take offence at something and challenge you to a duel. Always swords, and until first blood.
Ah, very well. I shall try not to give offence. Can you tell me something about yourself?
What can I tell you? I can read and write a bit, and I help Sir Erhard out when he needs it. Although, I have to say, since the Baron took to robbing, there's not much work for me anymore.
And what did he do before that?
What every landed noble does. He still had some estates and income from them, only he lost it all some years ago on account of debts. So he had to find some other livelihood.
How did he find this place?
That was my doing. I heard from a scribe about some ownership feud that ended up badly for both sides. Since then, it's been left neglected.
Oh, that's a shame. No doubt it was once a fine place.
Aye, the vagaries of fortune, eh? Times are harsh and what have you. It's always been that way and always will. I wonder how many burned-out, abandoned ruins will be left when Sigismund withdraws. How many folk will have no homes to return to? And how many won't be returning ever? But that's our lot in this vale of tears. There'll be no peace and quiet till the next life.
Amen to that. I was told I could have a game or two here until Sir Erhard has time to see me.
Aye, he's got his hands full at the moment. You must be Sir Alphonse, eh? I'm Blaha, Sir Erhard's servant. I take care of things here a bit.
Including dice? It has come to my attention that there are interesting things being wagered.
True enough, we've got a fine pair of plate gauntlets, 2 necklaces, one of them's a lovely piece, a good sharp sword, and some other things, I don't remember what. The custom here is if you want to play, you've got to wager something to join.
Do you really think it's appropriate to ask your lord's guest to pay for his own entertainment?
Since you put it that way, sir. No, perhaps not. You want to play right away, or...?
No hurry. Can I
Ask away.
tell me something?
Why do you want to know? You want to spread the word about...
Huh?
You know what they say.
Berta?
Ah, you heard of me, have you? The Scourge of Vlashim. No man who felt the edge of my axe...
Why are you hiding out?
I wouldn't call it hiding. We just have...
From what?
Things were getting a bit too hot for us. Nobody bothers us.
Don't you leave the camp at all?
What are you trying to say? That we're shitting us?
No. I was just wondering if you knew what's going on around.
We come across hunters now and then, or pilgrims on the road. There are charcoal burners nearby. Sometimes they pass the time of day.
Can I ask?
Ask away.
You're lad.
I am.
Just curious.
You could put it that way. I ain't been here long.
Is that right?
Well, I was lying in wait for this wagoner, see? Because he'd been mouthing off about me, so I figured I'd take all he had for compensation. Anyway, I'm hiding there in the bushes, and I hear this wagon coming, so I jumped out to ambush him. Only it wasn't that wagoner, but some merchant. As soon as he saw me with my weapon drawn, he started screaming bloody murder, and next thing, his armed escort comes charging up, and I was the one ambushed. The injustice of it.
Vexing indeed.
Aye. Anyway, they caught me and took me with them. They figured I was Sir Erhardt's spy, and they wanted me to lead them to him. Of course, I told them I didn't know what the fuck they were on about. So, while they were threatening to break me on the wheel, string me up and what have you, along comes the Baron with his merry band, and they lay into the soldiers and send them running for the hills. And ever since then, I've been riding with them.
That is quite an entertaining anecdote.
Ain't it just? If it hadn't been for me, the fellas would have run straight into a trap and it'd all be up with them. So, it's on account of me, they're still alive.
And how are things?
We ain't allowed to leave. So I've been here the whole time.
You're lad.
I am.
Just you must tell me all.
If you like.
That's all.
Can't drink no more today. Yeah, I'm gonna get...
Can I ask?
Oh,
What else is there?
Who are you?
they call me Noggin. I'm Sir Erhardt's vassal.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
Why are you hiding?
We're not hiding.
Well, couldn't you rest from your...
What's Sasso got that we...
What else is there to do here?
Have you been out?
Why would I? Why would they? There's water here, game in the woods, supplies enough.
That's all I need. Can I have...
What do you want?
What's your...
I ain't, Truan.
And what do you do when they're not...
Whatever's needed. But being the go-between for them...
Can you tell me something about the camp here?
This place? It's been here as long as I can remember. I used to come here as a youngster to play with my mates. Anyway, one time I had to lie low for a bit, so I came here and ran into these gentlemen, who pay good coin when you bring them some wine and a bit of grub.
Why did you have to disappear?
Nothing terrible. Just that I was courting this one girl, only her old man and her brothers didn't take to me. Besides which, she was promised to some rich...
I'll leave you to... I want to play...
All right, you'll play against Noggin now. He's...
Fucking sick. Can't drink no more today. Can't drink no more today. Fuck. I'm almost sober again. Rivers of blood and a bloody flood. What did you used to do before all this? You wouldn't believe me. I was essentially ratted. They paid chicken for me. So I joined up with this lot instead. You? Essentially? You're having me on. Yeah, it's true. So now it's your turn. What did you do before? Well, I made candles for the monastery. What? You hear that, lads? We made candles for the monks and shoved them up their asses. killing, fighting, never losing, robbing, fucking whores and boozing. Take the women, burn the village, drink, annihilate, and pillage. Burning, wrecking, making strife. How sweet it is, a robber's life! I don't want to rob, eh? Fucking boring. Fucking weather, fucking rain, fucking no one to rob. Fucking boring. Stink everywhere. Should have stayed home.
You're a fucking cheat. Sir, I challenge you to a duel.
I won't take any accusations from you. I accept.
Cunt!
Gunda!
You're lucky I'm in a...
Thank you.
You get any extra beats? These are too small. Sorry, I traded them for booze yesterday.
I want to play dice.
They fell your way last time, and no, you'll play Berta. He's a man, but they call him that for some reason.
Don't even say
Damned
that.
if I know what.
Seriously. Yeah, I'm gonna get soaked. What else is there to do here? I Oh, fucking sick head. Can't drink no more today. What a shitty day. I need a good scrap to cheer me up. Camp like sure ain't easy.
I want to play...
They fell. You'll play against Maladata. He's a bit...
You can go and see
I
Sir
just want
Erhard.
to eat and sleep. And fuck.
Fucking weather, fucking tents, fucking camp. I've had enough of this shit. I'm so hungry, I could eat my boots. What a shitty day. I need a good scrap to cheer me up.
I'd like to
Ask away.
You're just curious.
You could put,
You must tell me your...
if you like.
That's all.
What the hell? What?
What's going on here, anyway?
Haven't you ever been in the camp?
Never quite this merry, to tell the truth.
They've got their loot, and now they want some fun. Booze, dice, and women. I'm the only girl here. They're more interested in dice, anyway. And boozing. And they're no fun at all.
Well, they seem very fond of their dice, all right.
Aye. They always play the same way. Every player bets his most valuable piece of loot. Although it's a long time since anyone got killed over.
I better...
You do that, handsome. It'd be a shame to spoil that.
Fuck. I'm almost sober again. Fucking sick head. Can't.
The blessing of our Lord Jesus Christ upon you, Baron Belevets. I'm honoured to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure is mine, sir. We haven't had any interesting visitors here for a long time, and I'm keen to hear what news you bring. And then there's the matter of our trade.
Indeed, we certainly have much to discuss, sir.
Good. And how was your journey, Sir Alphonse?
Long and somewhat fatiguing, truth be told.
Ah, would you rather put off our talks until later?
I must apologise, Sir Erhart. I'm quite besotted by your splendid dice tournament, and I can't think of anything else. I fear I'll be of no use to you until it...
I heard you had a fondness for the game, Sir Alphonse. All right. Far be it for me to spoil your pleasure. We'll talk later.
Take the women, burn the village, drink, annihilate.
I want to...
They fell. Then there's Pekuna. He's a local fellow who brings stuff for us. He put up a nice necklace as his wager.
Fucking weather. Fucking tent. Fucking camp. Not enough of this shit. Rivers of blood and a bloody flood. Killing, fighting, never losing, robbing, fucking whores and boozing. Take the women, burn the village, drink, annihilate and pillage. Burning, wrecking, making strife. How sweet it is, a robber's life!
How did I do? Have I won?
Well now, Sir Alphonse, you took 'em all by storm. Here's the key to the prize.
Thank you kindly.
Should have stayed home. You're looking going to be a bag of milk. I'm so hungry.
I'd like to ask you...
Ask away.
And how... That's all.
Sorry, I traded them for booze yesterday. We'll get new ones.
I was told not
Who are
to
you?
let you pass.
Killing, fighting, never losing, robbing.
Hey, who's there?
fucking whores and boozing. Take the women from the village, drink, annihilate, and pillage. Yeah, I'm gonna get soaked. What else is there to do here?
What a shitty day. I need a good scrap to cheer me up.
Fucking weather, fucking tents, fucking camp.
And boozing. Take the women, burn the village, drink, annihilate and kill.
I was told not to let you pass.
Fucking boring.
Lord, what have I done?
Essentially at Rattan, but they paid chickens, so I joined up with this one. You're having me on.
I have good news for you, Sir Anselm. I know who killed your friend. Who was it? It was Mladotta, one of the brigands.
How did you find out?
From the dice.
All right. I'll take care of it from here. And I owe you for helping me. Here, Henry, take this. I'm sorry I don't have more on me. But if you're ever in Prague, come and look me up and I'll see you're well taken care of.
It's been a pleasure, Sir Anselm. Godspeed.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
My humble greet. May the Lord. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah. Yeah.
I can't just drop everything and leave.
I was told not to let you pass. Look out!
Fuck, I'm almost sober again. Fuck, I'm almost sober again.
Why doesn't he go away? As far away as possible.
I gotta piss. I'm so tired.
The chief doesn't want to see you.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get the hell out of here. Lost something here?
That sounded like...
Hey, who's there?
Sick head. Can't drink no more today.
Damned if I know.
I gotta piss.
The longer he stays away, the better. He's a fucking mad dog.
Fucking weather, fucking tents, fucking camp. I've had enough of this shit.
Fucking sick, man. I'll drink no more today.
Fucking weather, fucking tents, fucking camp. I'm so hungry I could eat my food. Enough of this shit. What a she day. I need a good scrap. Look at it. Fucking weather, fucking tent, fucking camp. I've had enough of this shit. I'm so hungry I could eat my boots.
I'm so tired.
You call that?
Ow! Ah!
Oh, you fucked no up there. Kurva.
You'll get what for?
Is that all you got? You're dead.
Yeah.
Henry, I'm glad you came. The Lord be praised. What brings you to me?
I've got that necklace.
Excellent news! I'm not going to ask you how you did it. Here's a reward for you. Now you can carry on with your next task. I want you to sneak the jewellery into Carolina's trunk along with this letter.
Can't I just hand them to her?
You cannot. Under no circumstances must she find out who sent them. Otherwise the whole secret admirer ploy is fucked. Oh, and by the way, Henry, watch out for the butcher. He keeps a very close eye on his daughter, and if he catches you sniffing around, well, may all the saints preserve you. Once you've delivered the things, wait a day, and then come back and see me. Goodbye.
Well, I never. Is someone there?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
God be with you.
Yeah.
What's that? Hey! Hey! You! Halt!
All right,
Surrender!
you win.
You've committed a... Hey! Well, you won't...
Oh well.
You've and hand... Don't move a finger! Surrender! Got you at last.
What?
You dare. You should have thought twice about what you're...
Oh well.
All right. And...
Yeah. Yeah.
What's that?
You blind!
Greetings. What do you need?
I delivered the things as you...
I already know. My spies told me everything. She was wearing the necklace this morning, as I asked in the letter.
So you'll go to the rendezvous with her?
Certainly not. I'm not going to pounce on her like a bull in rutting season. Her feelings must be allowed to mature gradually. Meanwhile, you'll get a potion for me.
I thought you didn't believe in witches' brews.
This is no witch's brew. It's an absolutely tried and tested elixir called Musk of Infinite Allure. There's a fellow in Sasau who sells it, and he guarantees its success.
Musk of Infinite Allure? Sounds irresistible. All right, I'll try and get it for you.
I'm sure I can rely on you. Here's some coin for your cost. Goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, well.
Ah, the prodigal son returns. I knew you'd come back to me one day.
Let me guess. You saw it in a dream?
I knew you were going to say that.
I had a dream of my own.
You too? So you learned something from me after all?
Yeah, it was just when I was getting pummeled by a mob of very irate villagers.
That unfortunate misunderstanding. What can you do?
Misunderstanding, yeah. I tried to explain that to them, but they were too busy kicking my arse to listen. Would you teach...
Certain.
Well. Will you teach...
Sir.
I want to...
You can't become...
Well. I've heard you know of some irresistibility potion or whatever it is.
Naturally. Musk of infinite allure. An age-old recipe, maybe even older. Tested by Moses himself.
Moses?
How do you think he managed to get his people to follow him through the desert for 40 years? It's extremely potent.
Yeah, so it would seem. How much do you want for it?
Who do you take me for? The wisdom of the ancients isn't something that's bought and sold in the marketplace. Did Jesus charge for his miracles? But since you ask, how about this much?
That's not much.
Really? All right, double then.
What? Why? You... Oh, why do I even bother?
If you like, I can mix the elixir for you in exchange for a small favor.
Oh, not again.
Now, is that any tone to use with your master? For shame.
Apologies, Master. I was carried away by my thirst for knowledge.
I understand your impatience, but the way to wisdom is narrow and arduous.
And leads out the window. About that
Yes,
Yes, I need it.
I understand.
But I won't be drinking. So what is it you want from me now?
Oh, my dear apprentice, everything's gone to the devil. I'm living from hand to mouth, sleeping on straw, and the local peasants won't buy from me. They say they don't trust me, as if I were some kind of charlatan. Can you believe it? Does this look to you like the face of a swindler? I'm an honest trader in sacred goods, whose only concern is the welfare of troubled souls.
A regular good Samaritan.
And any time now the slanderous gossip will spread here from Sasau. I should leave before things get worse. But I can't go anywhere until I've made a bit of coin. So what's needed is to give the locals a bit of encouragement, to open their hearts and purses.
Sure. Kick him onto the path of righteousness.
What do you take me for? I wouldn't hurt a fly. Violence is for the dull-witted. We must gently demonstrate to them the necessity of buying my remedies. For example, to ward off a revenant.
Revenant? What revenant?
The dead, returned from the grave. A corpse that the soul is unable to depart from, which wanders among the living, filled with rage at its wretched fate.
Yeah, I saw something like that once. But it was just some drunk going home from the tavern after losing all his money at dice.
Don't make light of such things. Now tell me, do you know how to deal with a revenant?
A wooden stake through the heart?
That's more a remedy for vampires and other bloodsuckers. You are my trained apprentice, but the ignorant villager is entirely at a loss how to deal with such dark forces. It is our sacred duty to prepare them for such threats.
And how do you propose to do that?
Well, they're all doubting Thomases. They need proof. We'll need a grave, an empty grave that we can use. There's one along the way to Sasau, but it's got one minor shortcoming.
What's that?
Well, it's not entirely empty.
Not entirely? What does that mean?
You have to dig it up first.
But that's a sin.
Refusing to help the needy is also a sin. I haven't had a decent meal for 40 days and 40 nights.
My conscience is clear where your stomach is concerned. Disturbing a grave is a grave sin.
The grave is not in hallowed ground, so that's hardly worth one Lord's Prayer and penance. I asked a priest once, just out of curiosity.
Why this particular grave?
The locals don't like to talk about it, so it's surely got some sinister past behind it. And in places like that, revenants sprout up like mushrooms after rain.
Well, if that's how it is, we could open old wounds. That could easily set people against us. Again.
Then it would be best if no one could connect us to it, wouldn't it?
I'll need a spade then.
Yes. Dig it up and remove the remains, leaving no trace.
And what am I to do with the remains?
Keep them. Human remains are always handy to have around.
Great. And how do we spread the word of this revenant?
There's a gossip in every village. Here, too, a woman who'll spread news quicker than a dozen messengers on the fastest steeds.
And what am I to tell this gossip?
All you have to do is casually mention the empty grave, and before evening, I'll wager the whole village will know about it.
Where does this woman live?
The last house on the left, on the road to Sasau. She was the first person I met here, and by the time I reached the village green, I already had a mob looking suspiciously at me. The rumor-mongering fishwife.
And that's all?
Not quite. You should ask her who was buried there. So we've got a story to work.
So, dig up the grave, talk to the gossip.
And the remains. Don't forget to remove them. Otherwise, no one will believe in the revenant.
I might have known any task for Capon would turn into some insane escapade. Grave robbing. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's plenty of coin in it. Stop and talk a while at least.
What's it about?
You have incredible good fortune, friend.
I don't know.
No, indeed.
All right.
As you...
Yeah. Yeah.
God be with you, good wife.
Heavens no. It's quiet here, unlike some other places.
And what about that empty grave?
What empty grave would that be now?
The one beyond the village, alongside the road to Sasau. Just by the river, on the Pine Headland.
How would you know it's empty? Unless it was dug up.
Oh, it's dug up, all right. Freshly. And empty. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Lord in heaven, what in the name of...
How come it's not in hallowed ground, anyway? Only unrepentant sinners are buried like that. Usually.
I don't like to say. It's an old wound that's best forgotten.
Whose grave is it?
Well, once a long time ago there was a young charcoal burner living here with his wife. There was always a lot of charcoal burners here, but this fellow worked alone. That's not an easy job for one man.
No one wanted to work with him, or what?
Oh, he was a hard-headed fellow who always wanted to take care of his family himself.
Well, I can understand that. It's always better to work for yourself than break your back for someone else.
His wife was expecting, though no one knew it yet. And he wasn't doing well at all. Soon enough, they had nothing to eat. And so he took to thieving.
Well, thieving is wrong.
Aye, but when there's a child on the way and your wife hasn't the strength to get out of bed for the hunger, well, you ought to think differently.
And did he get caught?
Well, at first it was just a few eggs going missing from people's hen coops. But then it was anything that wasn't nailed down. And in the end, they caught him.
And I suppose he was harshly punished for it.
Even then he didn't let on why he was doing it. They whipped the skin off his back and banished him from Lebetchko.
So justice was done then?
It wasn't enough for some folk. When the butcher found out he'd never get any compensation, he wanted them to chop off the charcoal burner's hands. If the bailiff hadn't talked sense into him, he'd have done it himself with his cleaver.
Well, he got off lightly enough then.
And in the end, he got what was coming to him, and more.
The butcher caught up with him.
No, no. It was the mills of God turning slowly but surely. His wife bled to death in childbirth, and the child died with her.
I'm sorry to hear that. But at least he knew they were gone to a better place.
True, lad.
Nothing could have been done to save them.
There was no one there. He had no one who would care for his wife. They say on that day he parted ways with God forever, and he turned his back on the village too. I reckon he never forgave himself, nor us either.
The Lord moves in mysterious ways. But how did he end up?
Don't ask me that, lad. I beg you.
Come now, good wife. You can't leave the story unfinished.
I said no. Will you let it lie?
Quiet as the grave here.
I'm glad to see you.
I know who was buried in that grave. A young charcoal burner.
So begins the tragic tale of the young charcoal burner who became entangled with the devil himself.
Oh, don't start. What devil? I'm trying to tell you. Ugh. He was from Ledechko. He was trying to eke out a living for himself and his wife, but he couldn't manage. When she fell pregnant, he took to stealing.
Pride drove him from the straight and narrow path, and soon he sold his soul to the devil to fill his stomach.
They caught him and punished him, but some of the people he'd robbed didn't think it was enough. Then when his wife died in childbirth, and the child too, he blamed everyone for it. Even God, apparently.
But when the time came to pay his debt to hell, the devil had no use for his soul, and took his wife and child instead. The charcoal burner cursed God, who struck him down in righteous vengeance. But the dead man's soul never left his body. He came back as a revenant to vent his rage at God and men and take vengeance on the living.
Jesus, did you listen to what I said at all?
Sorry, did you say something?
Oh, never mind. What do you want me to do with it?
Well, the question is, what would the revenant do to get revenge on the villagers? Well, apprentice?
He was stealing food from people, right? So, supposing he started again.
We should steal from people? Disgraceful. Have you no shame?
Maybe just a few eggs from hen coops, like the gossip mentioned.
Well, that wouldn't be too serious.
They would, if I put some charcoal there instead.
And their nourishment he turned into ash.
The gossip mentioned the butcher. It seems he was infuriated that the charcoal burner's punishment was too lenient.
And the revenant spoiled their meat with his malign touch.
How's that?
Spoiled meat is a classic example of a revenant's power.
Huh. I thought it was the work of bad butchers.
That too, sometimes.
So, I should switch the good meat for bad at the butcher's. What about the butcher woman?
What about her?
Her conscience was troubled on account of her man, and she couldn't sleep. But I helped her, so she's found some peace.
So, no problem then.
What? I'm supposed to scare the wits out of her and start all over again?
All right, if you can find some other solution, you don't have to switch the meat. But I wouldn't worry about her. But make sure it's the same kind of meat. Not even a revenant will turn a cow into a chicken.
What about his wife and child? No doubt he'd want to avenge their death.
Well, how did they die?
In childbirth.
And when his love turned to rage, the water turned to blood. Nothing too original. But it's tried and tested. If you do it at the baths, everyone will hear of it.
How am I supposed to do that? It might be a bit suspicious if I'm seen walking around with a pail of blood.
No problem. There's a certain potion that will do the trick easily.
He cursed God. That's very serious.
What is it that most brings God to mind?
They don't have a church there. But everyone will have a rosary. I can't think of anything else.
That's it! If folks start losing their rosaries, they'll have sleepless nights over it.
You want me to steal rosaries? But that's...
Or just exchange them.
For what?
For nothing.
Great.
So, switch eggs for charcoal, switch the meat, color the water in the baths, and switch the rosaries. That ought to do it. I hope so. Of course, if you come up with anything else, don't let me hold you back. Talking to people might give you ideas. Traders, the bailiff.
Well, what if someone sees me in the act?
They mustn't. Otherwise, it'll end up like Sasau all over again. Don't draw attention to yourself, or they'll put two and two together.
Sure. I'll keep my head down. And how will I know if I've succeeded? I doubt it'll be announced on the market square.
I'll be the first to know. They'll come running to me for a remedy, like hens at feeding time. Off you go and raise hell.
But whatever he did, don't you think he deserves some peace?
Dear Henry.
Well, he certainly won't have any as long as I'm carrying his bones around.
But you know who those remains could...
Help?
Me, of course.
But there is...
Not yet. What are you saying? That would be such a waste. Anyway... All right, if you...
At least the poor wretch will have peace.
Maybe. As long as you bury him in hallowed ground. Otherwise, you're wasting your time.
Like...
Well, that's probably the nearest. That gossip-mongering crone would know.
True, I could have...
If you must. But for heaven's sake, don't eat... See you later.
God preserve you, good night.
Good wife?
Yes, lad.
You know, I can't stop thinking about...
Have you no consideration for a poor old woman?
It might relieve you to talk to someone.
Relieve me from what?
Well, guilt.
Guilt? Why should I feel guilty?
Well, clearly something weighs heavy on your soul, just like the other villagers. The older ones. And I'd say it's connected to that empty grave. Well, that wretch returns as a revenant, and no one does anything. It's not just fear, but more like everyone is expecting some punishment that was bound to come one day.
Oh, you might be right. Maybe it would give me some peace in my old age to finally tell the whole story. Several people from the village went to have it out with Lev, but he grabbed an axe and drove them off. He swore if anyone came near him, he'd burn their house down. Then he buried his wife and child in the meadows beyond Ledetchko. I saw him carving 3 statues there.
Lev, you say his name was? What kind of statues?
There's 3 roughly carved beams there, each with a human face, except the smallest, which has no face at all.
For the stillborn child, I suppose. What happened then?
Nothing. He went back to his work, but never spoke to the villagers again. He'd even go all the way to Ratte for food, rather than talk to anyone here.
So he died alone in the end?
Actually, it was the villagers. It was us that killed him.
What? Just on account of his stealing?
No. Not long after, fires started springing up in the village.
And of course suspicion fell on Lev.
Everyone was dead certain it was him. They all remembered his words. Do you know how arsonists are punished, lad?
No, I don't.
By burning on the pyre. But no one wanted to waste time with the law. We just went to his house at night, smashed in the door and windows, and threw lighting torches inside. And that was the end of him. But the fires didn't stop.
So he was innocent?
He was.
Well, I won't condemn you for it. It's for God to judge, but... I hope you all pay for your sins, like Lev did, for something he didn't do.
Every lifelong day.
God be with you.
Good men and good wives, come. Poor or rich, old or young, there's something here for everyone. Magical ointments, protective amulets, love, talisman to give you the luck of the angels.
So?
What? You've already...
That's still not...
You've... Goodbye.
What's the recipe for that?
You mean...
Well...
Pay close...
I'm all ear.
How once there was a knight. He fell in love, but he was afraid his prickly exterior. The pious knight told him he would arrange a rendezvous. This they did. But, anguished at the tragedy her beauty had caused, their bodies lay...
I thought you were going to tell me the recipe.
It is the recipe.
What on earth for?
So I don't...
All right.
I can't remember.
Great. So if
you'll figure it out. But I know it was a simple recipe. It should be... So, all you have to do is work...
Sure. What about the...
You still...
No, you said to...
Oh!
What on earth for?
The bone...
I think I'd rather bury... At least the... Like in rats...
Well, that's prob...
True.
If you... Take care.
My humble greetings.
You look a bit worried, Bailiff.
How can I not be? What with the whole village complaining about ghosts?
Ghosts?
An empty grave that they say a revenant crawled out of. They talk of nothing else.
You don't think there's any truth to it?
No, it's nothing but old wives' tales.
But how come the grave is empty?
You don't need any magic to dig up a grave. A spade will do.
But why would anyone do that? Surely no God-fearing Christian would dig up the grave of some poor soul who hasn't even got the piece of hallowed ground to rest in.
A God-fearing Christian? No.
So you suspect someone?
Could be. There's been a band of good-for-nothing itinerants hanging around recently. They weren't making any trouble, though, so I let them be. But this is going too far.
How do you know it was them?
Who else would it be?
What about the Revenant?
Oh, don't you start. That Revenant of yours is nothing but idle hands doing the devil's work. I'd send them packing myself if I had the time and the men.
Supposing I help you get rid of them.
You look like you know how to handle yourself.
You bet I can. It wouldn't be wise to fool with me.
I don't doubt it, but I don't want any bloodshed in my parish. There's enough trouble already with one long-dead corpse.
Don't worry, Master Bailiff. I'll be the very soul of discretion.
Then I'll gladly accept your help. Is there anything you need to know?
Who are these people?
Just some itinerants who'd rather roam the roads than do an honest day's work. They're not cutthroats, though, just petty thieves and beggars.
What are they doing here?
Damned if I know. Or where they came from. Except for one fella who's from Ledechko. But the rest are from God knows where.
Are they armed?
As much as any thief. Who isn't these days?
Where can I find them?
Last I heard, they were a bit away from...
That's all.
Good luck.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Hosts bathed in the temple of Jerusalem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really have some rest.
Come close. Old or young, there's something here. God save.
About? All right.
Splendid. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen.
Rest in peace.
God preserve.
I'd like to talk to you.
What about it?
Yes. Well, in a way. There was no ghost. Just a guilty conscience.
And what else are ghosts but the result of a guilty conscience?
Yeah, I suppose you're right. In any case...
Bah! Believe me, you could have saved yourself the effort if you just But here's a potion and some herbs for your work. Hopefully the dead...
I hope not.
God be with you. Good luck, then.
Let's... Is this enough?
That's not...
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Chickens. That should be no problem.
I'm honored that... Good luck then.
Let's...
Or...
My take care.
I hope.
Take care.
Is someone there?
Lamb. And on lamb. And I'll need lamb. And I'll need lots of it if I'm to switch it all. Hang on, this is venison. From roe deer. No wonder it's under lock and key.
Yeah. Get him! Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Greetings. What do you need?
I'd like...
Good luck.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Is there something you need?
What's going on? What's... Over there!
You want something from me, do you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know you. I remember that ugly mug. What a piece of luck, John.
Bring it on.
You're
Cut!
Christ!
Hey, folks, he's lugging a coal. Miss!
Giving up already?
Dear God.
There's the good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey! God's blessings.
Here I am, bailiff.
So, how do...
But you're not going to believe this, but they're all dead.
What? I told you no bloodshed!
Oh no, it wasn't me. They were already dead when I got there.
Who could have done it then? Surely these stories of a revenant aren't true. God have mercy. If I'd known, I wouldn't have sent you there.
I'm afraid I didn't help you much.
God be with you.
God, has some...
What do you want? The bailiff sent me after you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you better take a good look at me and...
Oh, all right.
I'm supposed to get you to leave.
What's the problem?
Someone hereabouts dug up a grave, and the bailiff reckons you lot are
Sure. Might as well blame us for everything. Why not? I suppose we burned down Scarlet.
Don't play the innocent lamb with me.
No.
Well, maybe you ought to.
Oh, yeah?
Because otherwise you'll be accused of witchcraft.
What are you talking about? That revenant in Leditch?
Well, I believe you, but the folk round here are keen.
But why us? We don't...
Well, try telling them that, if you think they'll believe.
We'll be off.
Very wise.
Come on, lads. Best leave. It stinks of trouble here anyway.
I'm honored. God be with you.
Can we...
Mother. What do you want?
The bailiff said... Well, because I can offer...
Doing what? Don't expect us to...
Perish the thought. No, it's something more suited to your, talents. I need someone to frighten people a little.
Frighten who?
The Ledechko villagers.
Them lot are already shitting themselves on account of that revenant.
Aye, but not quite enough to suit me.
And how do you want us to do it?
A bit of fire would be good, since the dead man was a charcoal burner. Some flames flickering in the night, that would scare them.
Aye, all the more so, since the fellow was accused of arson.
How do you know that?
One of us is from Ledechko. He was only a youngster when it all happened. But
I see. Well, that should scare them.
You bet it will.
How much do you want?
Well,
here you are.
Fine, we're agreed.
Just make sure no one sees you.
Don't worry, they always turn us a blind eye anyway.
I'm honored that it...
Here I am, bailiff.
So, how...
I talked to those itinerants, and I'm sure they're not mixed.
How can you be so...
Well, those lazy beggars. Digging up a grave is too much like work for them.
You could be right. Well, that hasn't helped much, then. I still have an empty... Good luck, then.
Looking for someone?
I hope you...
Eggs?
What? Because they've almost all gone off. Can you...
I don't think I want...
Terrible it is.
Uh-huh.
Enough to make you...
I see.
A diabolical stink.
All right, all right.
Aren't you a bit oversensitive?
God's sake.
So?
Some folks are afraid. One family...
Well, must be your...
So word's getting around about some folk saw flames of hellfire flickering around the village at night. Great! No one in Ledechko would eat a single egg, even if they had any. Because all the hens are...
Well, at least they've got fuel for their... That's still not enough.
Half the village still doesn't buy. Half take care.
Good afternoon. God be with you.
Let's talk.
See.
Look out!
Looking for something around here?
Hey, hey,
Is that
what are
some
you
new
playing
kind
at?
of game?
If it...
Really?
The war?
What? Show yourself. Who's there?
But that's impossible.
Well, there's been talk that there's a revenant on the loose. Jesus preserve us. People's rosaries are going missing. That's the hen's right.
What? Hit. No.
I could drag that old witch here with a team of 10 horses.
Ah, well, maybe she'll get
What
a bath
have we
in the
here?
ducking stool.
Can I help?
Light a torch.
God watch over you.
I'd like.
Uh-huh.
I'd like.
Goodbye.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Hey!
That's it.
What are you doing?
But this isn't just lamb now. It's roe deer venison for sure. Someone's been poaching. I better not get caught snooping around this venison.
Hey, who's there?
If it's a bath you're after,
Oh? How's that?
we're closed. A terrible thing has happened.
Really? What?
The water in the tubs has turned to blood.
Water turned to blood? You're having me on, right?
I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't seen it with my own two eyes. Turned to blood.
But that's impossible. How could that happen?
Well, there's been talk that there's a revenant on the loose. Jesus preserve us. People's rosaries are going missing. That's the work of dark forces. All the butcher's meat went bad too. It seems one touch of the Revenant's hand is enough to do that. The hens round here have been hexed. They're laying charcoal instead of eggs.
Why blood in the baths?
Well, the wife of that fellow who they say has returned from the grave, she bled to death in childbirth. And none of the bathmaids that was here at the time helped her. That's why.
Where did this Revenant come from?
There was a charcoal burner who had a tragic fate, and he was buried hereabouts in unhallowed ground. They say he's risen from the grave to take revenge on the locals.
Yeah, I heard of him. What does he want to avenge? The death of his wife?
Hers. And his own, too.
His death? Why? I heard what happened before, but I don't know how he ended up.
I can't tell you that. Some of the older folk still remember, but they ain't keen to talk about it.
And what about your other services?
Aye, for now.
Good health.
Why aren't you selling any?
I don't have anything to sell, lad.
Why don't you get some supplies then?
It'd only be a waste of time and money.
Revenant?
Aye. There's one haunting these parts, and it's spoiling all the...
My God, that's bad news.
The meat is the least of it, lad. An unholy thing like that can do all sorts of evil. It can make you like...
Ah.
Take care.
Ah.
So?
Good work, Henry. The whole village is shaking in its boots. Soon people won't step outside the door without saying 3 Hail Marys.
Ugh, I'm glad to hear it. I'm beginning to feel haunted myself.
The baths are closed. No one will tell you why. But everyone is clearly frightened. Half the village is without rosaries. Someone even wanted to buy one from me.
And did you sell it?
I don't trade in such banal goods. But I sold him a cat's paw.
I didn't know a cat's paw was good for warding off revenants.
Henry, all the goods I have are good for warding off revenants. Everyone is talking about how all the butcher's meat went off after being touched by the hand of evil.
What, does this look like the hand of evil to you? So, the job is done, eh?
Not quite.
But you just said the whole village is shaking with fear.
The whole village, but for one individual.
Well, surely that doesn't matter.
That's what I thought too. Only this fellow is giving everyone the benefit of his wisdom. He needs shaking up before he undoes your good work.
But if he's not been scared yet, what more can I do to frighten him?
Well, when he's not hanging around here ruining my trade, he's in the tavern boasting that he'd happily sleep by that empty grave to prove there's no revenant.
Yeah, I bet he would.
Exactly. He just needs a little persuasion. And once he's there, make it the most terrifying night of his life.
Well, what are we waiting for then?
It's best to be well prepared. You ought to find out something about him, so there's no surprises.
The gossip woman?
Naturally. And Henry, before we get to that grave, you can still try and come up with more ways to frighten the villagers. The more terrified they are, the more groschen there'll be in it for me. For us, that is. Good luck then.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yo! Learn how to ride.
Greeting. All right. Goodbye.
Meeting face to face in this round will be Alder Fryer, a man-at-arms from Sir Divish of Townburg's garrison. And his adversary will be Henry of Skalitz from the company of Sir Radzig Kubla. Let us wish the combatants luck. All is prepared for the first duel. Prepare to watch a fierce fight with axes and shields. That's the end of the first round of combat, and the victor is Henry of Skalitz. And now's the time to choose weapons for the next duel. The combatants will engage in a duel with warhammers and shields.
Cut!
The victor of the second duel is Henry of Skalitz. Having proved his combat skills in this round and emerged victorious, he shall proceed to the next round of the Ratai Tourney. Entering the arena now will be Calder o' the Tar, Catchpole of the Rat-Eye Bailiff. And he will face Henry of Skallets from the company of Sir Radzig Kobyla. Welcome, our warriors. And this very first bout will afford plenty of entertainment. Prepare to watch a fierce fight with axes and shields.
Shit!
And the winner of the first bout is Henry of Skallets. And now's the time to choose weapons for the next duel. Our warriors will fight with hunting swords. And the second duel was won by Henry of Skallets. Having proved his combat skills in this round and emerged victorious, he shall proceed to the next round of the Rat-Eye Tourney. The first combatant will be Henry of Skallets from the company of Sir Radzig Kobyla. And he will face Coleman, man-at-arms of Sir Hanush of Leipa. Welcome, our warriors. The combatants have entered the arena and the first duel may commence. Prepare to watch a fierce fight with axes and shields.
God damn. Peace. Ah!
The first victor in our tourney is Henry of Skallets. And now's the time to choose weapons for the next duel. We will witness a duel with longswords.
Here.
God. God! Fucking hell! Damn! Peace!
Lords and ladies, good men and good wives, you have just witnessed the final duel in today's Ratai tourney, for which we all owe gratitude to Sahanush of Laipa. All glory to the victor, Henry of Skalitz, man-at-arms in the company of Sir Radzik Kobila. His prize will be given to him by our gracious Sahanush.
You put on a hell of a show, Henry. Here's...
Thank you, Sir Han.
Goodbye.
The monk did the killing, or one of the novices. That's
Yo!
Yeah. Greetings.
I'd like.
I'm. Oh. 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 Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What's that noise?
What's that? Who's there?
What's going on?
What's going on there? What's that?
I must have imagined it.
That's it.
Certainly, I'll fetch you right away. Look out.
God watch over you, good night.
Good wife.
You're still here, lad? I thought you'd have fled by now.
Fled? Why on earth would I do that?
Because there's a revenant on the prowl. The whole village is talking about it, and everyone is terrified.
Ah, that. But I heard there's one brave lad who's not afraid.
You mean Felix?
Well, I don't know what his name is, but he's always arguing in the tavern that there's no revenant.
That's him. The fool doesn't believe what's going on under his own nose. He hasn't the sense he was born with.
He even said he'd spend the night at the graveside, just to prove there's no revenant.
Aye, all talk and no action.
Is he brave or just stupid? Surely he's afraid of something.
I couldn't tell you. But if he's to be believed, he doesn't fear the devil himself.
And do you believe him?
Well, it's true he never seems bothered by anything, but then he's always with that other pair.
What pair?
Two mates of his.
But he was alone in the tavern.
Aye, they're not locals, but outside the village, wherever he goes, they go with him.
Who are these two fellas?
They're not bad lads, but they're no heroes, that's for sure.
How's that?
Them two have their fears, but then who doesn't?
What are they afraid of?
The first one wouldn't even go into the woods alone, because he's afraid of wild animals.
Ah, is that so? I wonder why.
He got lost in the forest as a young lad, and he wasn't found till next morning. Shaking and pale as a ghost he was when they found him.
Poor lad. He must have been scared out of his wits.
That he was.
What about the other one?
He's afraid of fire.
Why?
His own father burned him, God forgive him. As a young lad, he was playing with fire and nearly set fire to the house. So his pa taught him a lesson he wouldn't forget.
Poor lad. That's a terrible way to teach a child.
My words, exactly.
Ah, it's been an interesting chat. Thanks, good wife.
Good luck then.
God be with you.
This brave fella, Felix his name is, if we can get him to spend the night at the grave, he won't be alone. Wherever he goes, he always has 2 mates tagging along.
Like he's afraid to be alone.
Could be.
So, if we could get him there alone, it shouldn't be too hard to scare him.
Well, maybe, maybe not. He claims he's not afraid of anything.
That's easy to say. I'm not so sure. Only, we have to get rid of the other 2. What do you know about them?
One of them is afraid of wild animals. Won't even go into the woods on his own.
I see. And the other one?
Well, he's afraid of fire, but I doubt an ordinary campfire would do the trick.
Well, we'll think of something. Anyway, you take care of the first one.
How, though?
Haven't you learned anything from me? Talk to a dog.
Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Any particular one, Master?
The most frightening one, of course.
And how am I supposed to recognise him? One looks the same as another.
By his bark, naturally. Can't you hear him? He'd scare the wits out of anyone.
That's a dog.
Either that or Satan in the guise of a beast.
All right. And what do I do with him?
Have a conversation with him and see if you can mimic his bark.
Yeah, great idea. People will think I'm barking mad.
Goodbye.
Come on then. Bark. What a beast you are. Again?
Well, I never...
Boo!
Who are you?
Woo! Woo! Boo! 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 Yeah. Boo! 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 That's it. And now I'm officially the village idiot.
So, how did you get on?
I found that mutt. Although from the noises it made, you'd hardly guess it was a dog.
So you've learned to bark?
I have, Master.
So bark.
I never thought I'd stoop so low.
Perfect!
But what if it's not enough?
Ah, ye of little faith. Besides, can you think of any other way?
If we want to have him there on his own, I could always knock the other 2 out.
And what if he finds them unconscious?
I can always haul them off somewhere he won't find them.
Just make sure you don't botch it, Henry. It could easily turn very sour.
Don't worry. But what about the other fella?
Ah, yes, apprentice. You have the good for an oil lamp.
An oil lamp?
Precisely. Isn't it ingenious?
A marvellous invention, I grant you.
That's the clever part. I've hung a lamp like this over the Revenant's grave. All...
Well, that could work.
Only what?
How can you be sure I'll...
I believe in you, Henry.
Right.
Anyway, you can practice. The lamp is already hanging.
Aye.
Then you just have to goad our Felix into putting his money...
But what if he doesn't fall for it?
Refusing would ruin his credibility. Go and see him. I'll bet you anything if you present it right.
All right.
Good. Don't delay, though. Practice with the lamp first.
Here you are, and good health.
I've heard there's a revenant haunting these parts.
Ah, you don't want to believe those old wives' tales.
Well, it's not true, then.
Of course not. It's just a lot of fairy tales.
Oh, I don't know. Aren't you afraid?
Ha! What's there to be afraid of?
Well, that's easy to say.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. It's just that, well, bold talk doesn't prove anything.
Are you saying I'm lying?
Well, can you prove your claims?
What?
Well, supposing you spent the night at that grave, like you say. That'd prove there's no revenant, wouldn't it?
You reckon so? I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. Besides, since you're so fearless, it'd be nothing to you, right?
Aye, that's right.
How about something to buck up your courage? Nah, probably not. You don't need it.
I don't, but it can't hurt. Thanks, Em.
So when are you going to do it?
Just as soon as I can in the evening.
Right. And now you can... Shh! Quiet, Henry. You'll give us away.
Sorry. What's that you're wearing?
What do you think it is?
I don't know, some new fashion?
It's my Revenant costume, of course.
My apologies, Master, for not recognising it immediately.
You obviously still have a lot to learn.
So, did they come?
Yes, all three. They're camping at the top of the hill.
Right. I'll have time to get haunting then. Where do I start?
I'll leave that up to you. The main thing is to scare off the two cronies first. I'll take care of fearless Felix.
So I'll scare one off with the lamp?
Yes, just make sure no one sees you shooting.
And the other one with fearsome noises?
That will probably take a few attempts. Ideally, a bit at a time.
Let him work up an appetite for more, so to speak.
I couldn't have put it better myself. Just don't give yourself away.
I won't, but if they do happen to see me coming...
Then you'd better vanish like a wisp of smoke, or make some excuse.
And what will you be doing?
I'll wait somewhere out of the way for a while, and then I'll crash in. So make sure the other two are gone by then.
All right.
Protects you from what? I don't know. What if there really is a revenant?
Christ, man. I thought you had more sense.
What was that? A wolf? No, it can't be a wolf. But what?
No! Jesus Christ!
Christ, that noise again. What the?
That's a strange sound. Some animal,
Probably
I
nothing.
suppose.
Oh, no, not again. No, please, God, no. I can't stand this. No, no, please, no. They're everywhere. They'll devour me. Jesus Christ, I've got to get away from here.
That was something!
How did you like that, eh?
Wonderful! I haven't had so much fun since I dressed up as the Pope!
Did you see him run? Like all the demons of hell were on their heels.
One was quite enough, evidently.
So what now?
Now I just wait for my customers to turn up. Come and see me tomorrow before noon, and you'll get your well-earned reward.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
God save you. Good luck, then. Problems with stomach ulcers? Buy my...
Would you... Well.
See you later.
Good morning. Goodbye. Do you want something?
powder made of the bones. Protected. Ah, my dear apprentice, how happy I am to see you.
So, it all worked out then?
Like a dream. I didn't sell half as much in Sasau.
That's good news. Now, about that thing you promised me.
Your well-deserved reward, certainly. Here you have it. Henry, what have you done?
What do you mean? I did what you asked.
Didn't you overdo it a bit?
I don't know, why?
Because I was left with nothing. They descended on me like a plague of locusts and made off with everything I had.
But that's a good thing, isn't it?
I'm not saying it's not. Just whether you didn't get a little carried away.
Well, if I did, it was only out of loyalty to my esteemed master. What will you do now?
I could go now. I've coin enough, but I'll wait a while before moving on.
Why? I thought you didn't want to stay too close to Sasau for long.
But what if you needed my help?
Indeed. How could I forget all you've done for me? Well, at least I'll know where to find you.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Good.
I'd like...
Good luck.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
life sure ain't easy. Look.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Clear off quick or I'll throw you out. What part didn't you understand?
I'll slaughter you! Got weak at the knees, have you? All right, you win. I surrender. You look. Thank you.
Killing, fighting, never losing. What? What? Get the hell out of here. There's nothing here for you.
Well,
are you deaf?
hey! You've no business. Clear off.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Made of the bones of St. Thomas.
Yeah.
God save. See you later. Take care. See you later.
Yeah. Yeah.
God save. God be with you.
looking for something around? Hey!
Good health to you.
Let's have a word about the price.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Henry, it cost me a lot of effort, but it seems I've finally succeeded in...
I got you that potion from the charlatan.
What charlatan? He's a man of learning who even cured the Pope of impotence. But thanks, Henry. I really appreciate your help. Once I drink this potion, every woman will faint at my feet. But I'm only interested in one. The fairest creature on God's green earth.
Yeah, the butcher's daughter, I know. And then what?
A rendezvous. She and I, under the cloak of night. And you shall be my herald of exalted words. You will hide and prompt me from a book of poetry.
I'll do what?
Here's a book of poems. I'll need a little time to get ready. Meanwhile, you can learn some poems off by heart. You'll prompt me.
Learn poetry? Me? That sounds... well, not exactly...
Stop wasting time and get to it. Come back to me in a couple of hours. I have to get dressed up and groomed, and it'll take a while before the potion takes effect. See you later.
Any chance of a bite to eat?
The executioner cursing. Okay. Something must have happened.
Yeah.
Are you ready, Sir Hans?
Henry, something's gone wrong.
Open up. I'm not going to talk to the door.
That potion tasted rather odd, and now I have a feeling my face is broken out. How do I look?
No offence, sir, but you gave me quite a fright. It looks as though you've slept with your head inside a wasp's nest.
God's holy preachers, I knew it! And it's nearly time for my rendezvous with Carolina. What am I going to do?
You just sit tight, and I'll go and find you some antidote.
All right. But hurry, Henry. I can't wait any longer.
The best cure for this kind of thing is marigold decoction. I can get you that right away.
The Lord be praised.
I've got a remedy for you.
About time. Give it here. As soon as I'm healed, we'll go. Take care. It's gone. I'm as gorgeous as before. Let's go.
A bit of extra coin, am I not?
Tell me, Henry, how many girls have you had in your life? If you've had any at all, that is.
Well, there's been a few, but I'm sure I can't compare with you.
Ha! Very true. One day plays will be written about my amorous adventures.
Comedies or tragedies?
That might depend on how things go tonight.
You can't just walk around in the dark.
We are meant for us all to.
God save you, Henry! There's another very pretty girl living in this house here, but she's already got a suitor.
When has that ever bothered you?
Since the time her fellow threw me headfirst into a dung heap and kicked my arse for good measure.
It seems your future subjects don't hesitate to take a stick to you when it comes to minding the womenfolk.
I doubt he would have done it if he recognized me. I was, incognito. We're almost there. You'll hide behind a gravestone or in the bushes and don't budge from there. Otherwise you might scare her off.
Hide, Henry. Time to get started.
How do you know it's her who will come out and not someone else?
She got the letter and necklace, didn't she? She knows that that is, her secret admirer is coming.
And what am I supposed to do?
What do you think, dolt? Prompt me from that book of poetry.
Get a move on. I don't want to turn up late to see the love of my life.
Hey!
Who's there? I can't see you.
Your most ardent admirer, fair maid.
Uh-huh. And do you have a name?
What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would still be a flower, wouldn't it? Start. How?
saying? I can't hear you.
Gentle night, why linger on? I yearn thus for my love so long. Without her words to still my breast, who shall set my soul to rest?
Gentle night, why linger on? I earned this from my love so long. Whip out your worthy silky breasts. Who shall suck my salty bits?
No! And now my heart in sorrow dwells, from melancholic pining swells, since I, alas, was forced to part from the mistress of my heart.
I know my horses sort of well. Some alcohol from 9 to 12. Seems I always have whores apart from the mistress of my heart.
Psst! What on earth are you saying?
What's that hissing?
It's a feral goose here in the bushes.
Ah, Lord, let me not wait in vain. I long to see my love again. O gentle sir, be of good cheer. I shall not cling to another dear.
Landlord, let me not wait in vain. I long to sing and laugh again. O gentle sir, get off your chair. I shall not bring you another beer.
Jesus, Henry! What kind of yokel nonsense are you babbling? Me? You're the one who's babbling?
You're an odd one. I've never heard such peculiar poetry in my life. Where on earth did you come up with it?
It's the latest fashion in France. You've done enough harm. Better shut up and leave it to me.
How did you like it, dearest?
Ah, how tender you are. Father is coming! Hide!
Who was that talking? If it's some dandy again, I'll gut him with my filleting knife.
I didn't hear anyone.
Did you hear what he said? But I have a bad feeling about this, Hans. I think we should...
Are you still there?
Still here, my love. How could I have apart from you?
Father's coming! He'll kill you!
He will not. Because it'll never cross his mind where I'll be. Henry, it's time for me to claim my prize. Whatever happens, cover my back.
There you are, you seducer! Now you'll see how a butcher protects his daughter's honor.
Buy me time.
You got some explaining to do, you bastard! What are you after, you bastard, sneaking around an honest...
I went to mourn over the grave of my great-grandmother.
Oh, yeah. Then what are you doing right beneath my window, eh?
No, the question is, why are you trampling on great-granny's grave, eh?
Enough of your horse shit. One more word, and I'll have you.
You really came.
How could I not, my dearest?
Not so fast, Prince Charming. But, since you're here...
Hey, what was that?
Well, I think the neighbours are being a bit rowdy. Nothing to worry about.
I could have sworn it was from inside my house.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
Someone's been creeping around after my daughter. I come out, and I find you here. Quite a coincidence, eh? So, out with the truth.
You're quite mistaken. I've never laid eyes on your daughter, and if she looks anything like you, I'd rather keep it that way.
Why, you fucking...
Mon petit lapin.
There's a lace here. Untie it.
Don't try to make a fool of me. I heard it clearly. What was that?
Probably just the evening breeze blowing down the chimney. That can make all sorts of weird noises.
Breeze? It sounded like voices to me.
Darkness and fear can do all sorts of things to a man's mind. But not to worry, good man. I'm here, and I know how to fight. Besides, those hands of yours look like brawlers too.
You really think I imagined it?
I heard voices too. Well, could have been voices. I wouldn't swear to it though.
Look, fellas, I was standing right here, and I didn't hear a thing. Do you take me for a madman?
Whatever you are, I want to know what you're doing under my daughter's window, and who was talking to her. I heard it clear as day.
Good neighbour, it can't be denied that old age dulls a man's ears. I'm here alone, praying for the souls of the good people resting in the cemetery. I've nothing to do with your daughter.
That voice sounded different to yours, though. But where did he get to? You must have seen him. Unless you're covering for him.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Jasem skutni hori kodelników syn.
What the fuck are you playing at? My patience is wearing thin.
Jasem skutni hori kodelników syn.
Jesus, stop your damn screeching.
Na kopeczku stala plakala. Jezu, Jezu, Maria, volala, volala. Jezu, Maria, Jezu, jemine. Budale tu chlapec nebone. Budale tu chlapec nebone.
Christ almighty. Let's go, fellas. This one ain't right in the head. The guards will have him for screeching after curfew. Let's not get mixed up in it. But if I ever see you here again, I'll beat some sense into your idiot skull.
What are you doing, creeping around like a footpad?
Strojila by...
God bless you.
How did it go with Carolina, Sans?
Henry, it was the most wonderful night of my life. She was completely entranced by my courting. I hardly had to touch her, and she melted in my arms. And then she took me to paradise. It was glorious. It was sublime. Thanks, in part, to you, my faithful henchman and messenger of love. You've earned your reward.
It was an honour, Sir Hans. When are you going to see her again?
Oh, I'm not going to see her again. All beautiful things must come to an end, and, after all, I am a nobleman, and she is the butcher's daughter.
Well, that's how it ends, with the love of your life. After the secret gifts, the letters, the intrigues, reciting poetry in the moonlight.
My eloquence was wasted on her, Henry. Imagine, the silly cow couldn't even read. She returned the letter to me unopened. Here's the letter, Henry. Read it. At least you're capable of appreciating my literary talent. Read and learn from a poet.
See you later.
Welcome, Henry.
And well, I'm sure we can come to some agreement, your lordship.
Well, bearing in mind, Master Butcher, that we have nothing to come to agreement about yet.
Well, yes, sir. No, sir. Well, I thought I ought to let you know what happened. My daughter's good name could be dragged through the mud. And his young lordship's too, of course.
Well, only if she should find herself with a permanent reminder.
Oh, well, that could happen yet, sir, couldn't it? If her belly starts to grow. You know how word gets around, and, well, folk would assume that Sir Hans is the father, even if some other young fellow was to come along in the meanwhile, and, well, and we already know, the girl can't be watched.
Are you trying to blackmail me? Have you forgotten that I am the lord of this town, and that you are nothing but a stinking butcher?
Oh, God forbid, sir. I'm just thinking of his young lordship's reputation, and my girl's. But, of course, if his young lordship was to recognize the bastard as his own, and pay for his upbringing...
You can thank your lucky stars you're the only butcher around here. Otherwise, I'd have you out on your ear this very day.
But, sir, I'm only...
Here, take this, you damn scoundrel, and never show your face here again.
Oh, thank you, your lordship. I'm sure this will be enough. Thank you, sir. Thank you kindly.
Blasted fool capon. I'll wring his neck. I'll have his balls on a platter!
Look out. Hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
God be... I take...
You ready? Henry, oh. You're imagining it,
but I feel like...
you're just a little flushed from...
If you're sure.
Why wait? Carolina, wait.
All right, then. God bless you.
About Carol...
Oh, you're alive. So you must have a fine...
I'll be back.
Okay.
Yes, Sir Hans.
God be with you.
Oh. Stop dawdling. I don't want to miss the girl of my dreams because of you.
Tell me, Henry, how many girls have you had in your life? If you've had any at all, that is.
Well, there's been a few, but I'm sure I can't compare with you.
Ha! Very true. One day plays will be written about my amorous adventures.
Comedies or tragedies?
That might depend on how things go tonight. Get a move on. I don't want to turn... Tell me, Henry.
Well, there's been a few, but I'm sure I can't compare with you.
Take this.
Very true. One day plays will be written about my amorous adventures.
Comedies or tragedies?
That might depend on how things go tonight. In this house here, but she's already... It's the time her fellow threw me headfirst into a dung heap and...
Take a stick to you when it comes to minding the women folk.
I doubt... me. I was... We're almost there. You're behind a gravestone or in the bushes, and don't budge.
Hide, Henry. And what am...
Who's there? I can't see you.
Your most ardent admirer.
What are you saying? Father is...
What are you...
I went to more...
Oh, yeah. Then what?
Oh, what was what?
That noise.
We're here in the cemetery. Maybe...
I swear.
What's that got to do?
Someone's been creeping...
You're quite mistaken.
Why?
Are you alright?
You're saying I'm hearing voices?
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sent you...
I heard voices too.
Look, fellas, I was...
Whatever you...
If you're looking for the fella that was here before me...
Ha! I knew there was someone here. Who was it?
I only caught a glimpse of him. He took to his heels as soon as he saw you coming. Wisely, too, I'd say, judging from...
That voice sound... But where did he get to? You must have seen him. Unless you're
Yes.
What the...
Yasem's...
Yeah.
No.
You can't just walk around with the dog.
Greetings. What... How did it go?
Henry, it was the most wonderful night of my life. And then, thanks in part...
It was an honour, Sir Hans.
What, my Ella... Here's...
God be with you.
And well, I'm sure we can come to some...
You can...